2. Hey to Snazzy Jazzy, characterization of characters. Staffy's here. G Bill, Broom 17, Father 5, Chuggy, Wow Wow Soda, 3 Muketeers. Bugger Scotch is here. Birdkeeper McKnight. And Beth Anywhere. Wow, Beth, congratulations on your national, probably international, right? International performance. I was so happy to see that. Is this a new shirt? It is. I haven't decided if I'm going to keep it. I think gray works fine on this show, you know. I think I'd be fine wearing gray every show. But I feel like on Tommy Pneumatic, when I'm wearing gray shirt and black pants, it's just really dreary. I need brighter colors. Does as you wore, you got to keep it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one. But I bought like 7 shirts. I didn't buy like 7. I bought 7. And I'm definitely gonna return some of them. I don't need 7. Oh, and hey, big child. No, I cut the tags, but I got 6 right there that still have tags. They're very, I mean, I think they're pretty inexpensive. $4 a shirt, that's pretty inexpensive, right? I'm not going to do much better than that. Father 5, 47-month sub. Says my sub's almost 34. Going to have to think about schooling soon. And Beth, thank you. 19-month sub. Thank you. And Birdkeeper McKnight with 8-month sub. Thank you. How are you doing? And who's dealing with heat right now? I guess Muty's probably dealing with heat, right? And certainly Birdkeeper McKnight is dealing with heat. Anyone else? No, I'm not going to keep all 7, Rosen. Do I look like a wealthy man? I can't afford 7 shirts. No, I might keep 3 of them. It's 93 degrees in Beantown. It's amazing how much nicer it is to be outside when it's hot. You know, it's only 77 in here right now, but I guess this shirt doesn't breathe super well, but it's over 100 outside. And I went outside. If you had any doubt in your mind when I said that I have neurological problems about being cold, even in 100+ degree weather when I'm outside, I'm still cold right there. Everywhere else is pretty, is warm, but I'm cold. And right now I'm very hot. I mean, much more hot in here than I was outside. Just nothing like that breeze, just a little bit of air. The worst is stuffy heat, oppressive. Just it weighs. It's heavy, weighs you down, But outside, I don't know. Meaty says 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Went sunbathing to avoid heat in the house. Then I fell asleep. Now I'm not. Oh no. I was reading like in the UK, almost nobody has air conditioning. Is that true in the Netherlands also? That you don't have air conditioning? So this is what we're saying. My arms are always cold. Is it? What's weird is that it's not my hands. My hands are fine, right? But it's my upper arms, always cold. But yeah, that we must have some weird neurological condition. I haven't found. I mean, tons of people have extremities cold, right? But it's always their hands and their feet. What's up with this? He says some people have, but I ain't paying for air conditioning. Just walk around as nature intended, yeah. Oh, look at this. It's not much, but I made this metal box. I mean, made it. I didn't make the metal. It's not welded, but I cut it and stamped it and bent it. So now I knew how to do that. I got to use a machine. It's quite a name. It's called a finger brake. It's actually the safest thing I used at this metal shop. The finger brake. I don't know how you'd have to be a total. I don't even know how you could hurt yourself in this thing. You'd have to try to hurt yourself. You'd have to say, I am going to hurt myself today. Whereas all the saws and stuff, that it's pretty. Well, and also the finger brake requires other people's help. So not only would you have to try, you'd have to have two other people who are willing to assist you in hurting yourself. But it's got the scariest name, the finger brake. Father says, wait till you use the old leg shatter. Wow. How can I do this? The problem is it's... If I move the mic there... No. No, you're going to hear that. That's worse. Okay. I think, well, we'll turn it on when the song starts. Hey, Deckard. Oh, Staffy named a sound snail on a scooter. What's that sound? Oh. I had planned to so I now have access. I mean, I have to pay, but access to this metal shop. And originally, the reason I wanted was to be able to cut aluminum for my framing. But then a couple days ago, I had an idea for the platform for my keyboards. You know. Well, it's funny how plans changed. You know, when I first started thinking about the van, my plan was when I was inside the van to work from the ground, to literally be kneeling or seated on the ground. And that was with the low roof fan. But then even when I decided to get the high roof fan, that seemed the easiest way to do everything. But then inch by inch, the height of my desk has had to move up for various reasons because of, you know, I don't remember all the reasons. But the latest, you know, the electrical ventilation, I want to make sure it's ventilated. And it's gotten to the point where I could have basically sit up normal. But it's still not quite high enough, you know. So what I was thinking is, the problem is right now where there's my piano keyboard, right? And then there's in front of the keyboard are my different computer keyboards. But, right, they've had sort of this 3-inch platform that they're on. So then I had the idea, well, if I make the platform metal, then it doesn't take up any height. And my knees can go even higher when I'm seated. So anyway, I'm going to use that finger brake machine ultimately to basically bend some steel. So the part of the steel is underneath the piano keyboard that's going to support it. Because the piano keyboard weighs 35 pounds, so it can deal with a bunch of weight as a counterbalance, and then I'm gonna bend it, and it'll be a desk surface. So that will help. Create new empty track. Let's see. Roses, will you ever wear contacts during shows? Probably not. Probably not, because it's almost impossible for me to see the screen wearing contacts. I tried every combination of contacts, and it's... I mean, I can. I guess if I'm this close, I might be able to, actually. But I wouldn't be able to do the original. Actually, so yeah, I could theoretically. I think. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I only read the first part of your message and started responding. I should have read to the end. I do that too often. I need to read all the way to end of everyone's message. Okay, what am I doing? Don't save. B says, you'd be so proud. I made offers to embrace improv this week. I organized my plugins to type and function. I made a track template with 300 tracks to groove on. It's all my synth plugins loaded in offline mode with 10 utility FXs loaded on each track. Also in offline mode so they don't hog my CPU. I made 3 songs in true improv fashion. I also color coded everything. Am I improv now? I'm trying to get over your track template with 300 tracks. Oh man, it makes me feel like a lightweight with my, I think I have 16 tracks. It was out of necessity that originally, because I literally, that was all I could deal with in terms of my hardware. Now I could have a lot more. I could probably have 30 or 40. But I just don't really want to deal with it. It's just, the X, I don't know. It also means my system is going to be incompatible with my new template. Well, you know, it just... Well, also, I don't have enough mixing board. I don't want to get another mixing board. That's the problem. So I'll probably stick with my 16. Let's make it work. Okay. He says I don't have Tubi to load all my sounds, so I preloaded a lot of synths. Yeah. Rose, did you do that with your messages? Yeah, well, I often, I'm very aware of the time it takes if I'm just reading something, right? So I think part of it is me trying to keep the show snappy. And so I tend to, if I'm going to read somebody's message on screen, I probably tend to not read the whole thing, just to keep things moving. But then it gets into awkward situations where I respond to something that is actually clarified later, so I'm responding to the wrong thing, as I did a moment ago. Let's see. I took off all the almost all the paneling. I left the paneling up on the doors because I don't think those need to be left exposed. And then I took the thresholds off the side of the door and the back door. Although now I'm not sure. I haven't decided. Do I keep those thresholds? Do I have the floor extend all the way? Do I cut one of the thresholds to accommodate the floor? if I cut the threshold, that's it's a $180 piece of equipment but that might be the best option. And I found somebody who can help me cut lap joints, and they could potentially help me cut the whole. I'm going to pay them. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Cut the plywood for the floor, but I'm not sure if it's gonna. Which option is more likely to cause me problems? They'll do a better job if I give them the right dimensions, right? But if I give them the wrong dimensions, then I'm gonna have to cut it anyway. So many people who've done van floors talk about how they think they have it perfect and they get the plywood in and it doesn't quite fit, so I have to trim off some. And let's see, what are we doing? He says, how are you with nunchucks? If it's a short message, I'm going to read it all the way through. He says, you think you'd be... And I read, I should say I do, I can read pretty quickly. So just because I don't finish a message on screen doesn't mean I haven't already read it. Sometimes I've read the whole message by the time I read it out loud. So that doesn't necessarily mean I haven't read it if I don't say it all. But no, I'm not gonna stream from the workshop meeting. I don't know if I could, but I feel like if I stream myself working on the van, I am guaranteed to injure myself. It's not a question. It's not a 50-50. It's 100% I will hurt myself if I try to stream. 100%. Unless I ignore the camera 100%, but I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Okay, let's see. Because you can't cut your own plywood? I can. I've cut plywood before. I cut plywood for the car, right? When I built my platform. But that was just rectangles. And the van has lots of protrusions that you have to cut around, and you have to do curved cuts, ideally. And the wood, the only reason is the wood is extraordinarily expensive. It's much more expensive than it was when I priced it a while back. So it makes me more hesitant to cut it myself. But I haven't decided. I mean, again, but I did find somebody, and I'm tentatively gonna. It'll be early next week that I'll take it over. So I'll definitely have decided by then. But yeah, if it was just $50 sheets of plywood, I'd cut it myself. But it's a lot more than $50 sheets of plywood. Rosa, can you get permission to record? Oh, I'm sure I can get a few clips. Yeah, I'll get a few clips. But I'm really, for the most part, all I'm going to be doing at the metal shop is cutting aluminum on a what's called a cold saw. The cold saw, I don't know, I guess it's some sort of lubrication that it puts on the blade to make it easier to cut real nice, clean cuts through the metal. So it's, once you've seen me do one, you've seen me do everyone, you know, so it's not going to be that interesting what I'm going to be doing there. And the if I do that table thing, that it literally will take like 10 minutes to make that table out of sheet metal. What am I doing here? Hey, bad backs. Am I going to stream anything from Van Build? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't even know how much I'm going to do for Tommy Pneumatic at this point. You know, obviously at one point that was key to my whole promotional plan, was the Van Build was going to help Tommy, but two problems. One, I really don't like producing that kind of content. The least favorite thing I've done in the whole Tommy Pneumatic was doing the video about the window covers. And then the second more significant thing is that I've since realized that there are tons of Van Build videos that nobody's watching. Because I had seen the ones that 100,000 people watched, right? So I was like, oh, wow, if I even get, 3,000 views, that would be great for Tommy Pneumatic. But then since then, I've seen so many that are like 10 views, 50 views, that are good. They're good, that are going to be better than what I would do, because they care about it, right? They're excited to share. Whereas for me, it's a chore. And I can't fake. I just can't fake like I am excited about Van Builds. I'm just not. I'm excited about what I can do once it's done. Very excited about that, right? So excited that I'm willing to put myself through pain and misery in order to do that, right? So I'm extremely excited about that, but I can't be on camera and pretend like this is the most wonderful use of my time. Okay, what am I doing? Big Chow says your Van Build videos will be different though. Yeah. I think I just don't have it's also just the time, I mean, even today, I was taking things off the walls and I was like, okay, I'll get a camera for a second. And it just, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind. I'm definitely going to document stuff, definitely going to document some things, but it's, what is that? Am I going to do a 20-minute video about building the floor? No way. I think I could do maybe 60 seconds, maybe. Okay, what are we doing? So this sounds like me trying to be so excited about job interviews. So this is, what are you excited about this company? Nothing, I just need a job. I'm excited about the paycheck. He says you can't expect to get a promotion without doing the promotion groundwork. I'm not angry, just disappointed. I know, Moody. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised though once I'm in the van. I think, because I'm going to be in an extraordinarily desperate situation, so I'm going to have no choice. But it's going to be a do or die, promote or starve. Let's see. Here we go. Drum kit. We got the Chromatic Wonder. But I feel like, the thing is, so much of what van build videos are about is it's very aspirational. It's people watching and think, oh, that's exciting. I want to do, I want to be, I'm inspired by what they're doing. And my van build is not going to be aspirational to almost anybody. It's just so specific to my needs and not pretty, and it's not going to be very aesthetic. Compared to all ones that have beautiful wood and they have beautiful ceilings and everything is just gorgeous and they have all the amenities of a house. So let's see, Hickey House. Let's see, we have no sound though. I mean, I think in the long run I hope it'll look good, but it's going to be good relative to what I'm doing, not relative to the sort of good in the typical van build sense. Okay, Hickey House. Yeah, these have to, on this has to move up. This is combined storytelling with fan build. Oh, the other component is as soon as you add filmmaking, it makes everything like take so much longer, so much longer. So that's a pretty big reason. So there's really the three reasons. There's our first beat. Because I'm sure it seems like I'm moving very slowly on stuff, but I'm still, I think, on track to start doing shows in the van by September. I think if that happens every measure, that's me too much. Let's just do it. Okay. Rose, is any news on Challenge Stream? I'm still dragging my feet. But still tentatively looking at middle of August. Okay, sounds. Doomsday Machine. This is what if you make Cruise Wire? Chat would notice stuff like that. Big Legs Greg. But Muty, that assumes I'm looking at chat, right? if it's like the music's when I'm playing the music, I won't actually see chat. Chat will be screaming, furiously typing at the screen as I make a catastrophic decision. That's Big Legs Greg. And then we have Better Than Okay. Dark chorus. And then Love Like Machines. Kinetic Winter Fury. Mises don't wire the cables to the water bucket. I'm waiting for my new credit cards, and then I'm going to start ordering stuff. They should. I think one's going to arrive by the end of the week. Oh, let's break this tie. Thanatos. Are all CCs for specific things? You have a wig. Yeah, that's why I'm having a hard time paying for the van. Is I have a $25,000 credit card that I've maxed out buying wigs. Can you imagine? You're a bankruptcy court, and the judge is like, "So how exactly did you get into this?" Well, I have an addiction to buying wigs. But you have hair. Your bankruptcy is denied. You're going to have to... Okay, let's see. Why are you doing... What's going on? Why is it doing that? Before typing. Before typing. What is going on? How did this just happen? Am I... Oh no. What, am I have to quit this? Oh no. It's gonna beat the hour. This is gonna cause me trouble. How do I even... Can't find zip file. What are you trying to do? Before typing, what? What's going on? What's the safest way to force quit on PC? Just go to the task manager, I guess, right? Well, I guess that's my only option. Oh, it is. Some keyboard is stuck. Is it stuck just on the PC? Is it this? Okay, I fixed it, I think. We're still going to beat the hour. I think. Okay. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate.
He's the Lord of the cards.
singing songs with the drum bar. He's the Lord of the car, flinging cars across the way. He's got that scramble, fight your way through the thorns and brambles, start to scramble, catch the cries, catch the laughter. He's the Lord of the cards. He gets not so far. He's the Lord of the cards.
you down. I don't wanna let you down. I don't wanna let you down. I don't wanna let you down.
Thanks for those caps. Hey Triskel Kid, thank you. How you doing? Hey, Curse of Me. How you doing? It's been a while. What's happening? Any big news? Oh yeah, I guess you probably haven't heard cursing me, but I'm gonna be moving into a van. I got a van. You have baby number 2? Oh, congratulations. I forget, do we still have that command? Wasn't it for your first that we helped try to name it? Wasn't it? Am I remembering that right? Here, I turned it off, but I'll turn it back on. I disabled it. I think it was it's a baby name. Yeah, it wasn't available, but I think it is now. I turned it on. Did it work? Oh wait, I didn't type it. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Rosen. Oh, wait, did I just screw that up? Oh, I screwed. I went to the wrong screen. Where do I go? Titles? No. Oh, web viewer. No, what did I do? Oh, I messed this up. There's got to be some way to fix... Well, okay. I screwed up. I still have not gotten used to this change. But yeah, I got the van. It took a long time to find one. I ordered one last year and I gave up. They're not making new vans, or they are, but at a snail's pace. And I got one, and I'm gonna keep the show. You know, I'm gonna stream from the van, and yeah. So hopefully, beginning in September, I'll be starting to do shows from the van. I think it will be not till the end of the year that I'm completely in the van, you know, full time, because it's going to take me some time to finish things and sort of take care of all the stuff here. But yeah, but I'll basically be living in it, hopefully beginning in September. Probably Start.Length. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. Start.Length is not great for uploads, which is what I need as a streamer, but I think it's still worth it to get it. But yeah, my internet's going to be extremely expensive because in addition to Start.Length, I'm going to need to get multiple cell phone plans. I'm going to use this special gear that allows me to sort of jump between them, and hopefully but there is somebody on Twitch who lives in a van who's been doing streaming with Start.Length, and it seems to be working okay. So that's comforting, because I've seen tons of people saying they cannot stream to Twitch. It may be that they just haven't figured out the secret to it. Okay, let's do these titles, sort of sending. But again, congrats, Curse Me Too. Cursing Me. Wait, your name was Cursing Me Too, wasn't it? Did I just randomly add a 2 to your name? Or am I remembering something? Oops, that didn't work. What did I do wrong? Oh. Title. That's what I did wrong. Sword Ascending. A Father 5 with meditation. And then Beth Anywhere, Maze Marchers. Chillzy, Bootleg Baby. And one more. Birdkeeper McKnight, Credit Wars. Occurs me too, so I remember seeing the back cab contraption that IRL streamers were using a bridge. Yeah, so last summer I did some hiking stream because I had the idea for the van and I just wanted to see if it was theoretically possible, you know? So I got one of those setups, I just tried it out. Just realized I have a blister from pulling these pins out of the panels. Yeah, so I did a bunch of hiking streams just last summer to try it. But I'm sort of debating, I may not actually get that particular gear. I may get something that is, that thing is specifically for streaming and that's it. You know, it doesn't combine your internet signal for any other usage, just for video. So I might get this other kind of gear that is just general internet. I haven't decided. It's a lot of money, so trying to figure that out. Thank you, Rose. And voice, sax, Tine piano, and some lyrics. Yes, I did Lord of the Cards from Big Child as a lyric. Voice, sax, Tine piano. Oh, and thank you, Big Child. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. And hey to Cam Newton and Amp Mods is here. If we stream from Starlink, it would be nice to Elon Musk, so we smooch our way to a free Tesla. Well, it's good to see you now, Cam. It's good to see you now. Let's see. Somehow I'm still here. It's almost been 6 years. Can you believe that? We're less than 2 months away from 6 years. Let me shout out some other titles. Buggerscotch, Miss Debit Fire. Soda, Crushing Souls Like Cans. Brooms, Three of Hearts. Rosen, What Money Is in the Cards. Staffy, To Whom Do I Owe the Treasure. Three Muteketeers, This Song Bounces Like My Checks. Big Child, Sentient But Wrong. Birdkeeper McKnight, Lord of the Credit Card. I had this I got cheated once. I mean, and I sort of knew it was. I got emotionally manipulated, frankly, but the old scenario where somebody gives you a check because they need cash, but the check is not legit, and you try to cash the check and you're not able to cash it. I hadn't thought about that in like 15, 20 years. I'm not annoyed at myself because I was doing it for the right reasons, and I went in, I knew I was probably gonna get cheated, but I felt like sometimes, you know, I can't remember how much money it was. It was not, you know, it was probably a couple $100. It wasn't insane, but it still was no fun to lose. Okay. Musicians never got cheated. You have to pay to get cheated. And it's Chillzy. Chillzy's named it Bootleg Baby. Bootleg Baby. Thank you, Chillzy. This next try is going to feature first sound request from Big Child. And Buggerscotch's 350th key. Yeah, this machine that I used at this metal shop, it's called a finger break. I mean, it takes some physical strength, but it's amazing how well its sole purpose is to bend metal. And you just clamp the metal down in these teeth that hold it. And then there's these handlebars. And you basically lift up the handlebars and, you know, there's a pivot point, and your sheet metal is, you know, across the pivot point. So when you lift up the handles, your sheet metal bends to whatever angle you want. He says, show us your working hands while you sing. I've been working on the finger break all the long day. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I don't know if you can see it. It's not that bad. It's just right there. Just a little blister right there. Yeah, it's too out of focus. You won't see it. I'm a little tempted to learn how to weld too. But I only have one thing I might need to weld, and it's not that important, so I don't know. Probably should wait on that. But I could see how that skill would be so useful. That was it. Weld. What's the worst that can happen? Well, I have to pay someone to teach me how to do it, and you know, I have to pay for the time. That's the reason I would. That's the only reason. If it was for that, I would for sure do it. Because the problem is my finger break machine. Well, their finger break machine. I can only put 4 feet of sheet metal inside of it. Now, my desk here would be nice if it's the same size as the keyboard, which is 51 inches. So I cannot do it in the finger brake, but I could create 2 pieces in the finger brake and then I could weld them together. But do I really think, I know I'm going to get quoted. I'm not going to say it. Chillz, is there so many things to make with resin? Well, the other, it might be nice to weld a roof rack eventually. I've seen a bunch of people do that. Or I could just build it out of extruded aluminum. Did I thank you, Big Child? Big Child gifted a sub to curse me. Did I say that already? But thank you. Thank you. I know almost nothing about welding, but I learned a little bit in that there's something called MIG welding and TIG welding. And MIG welding is easier, a lot easier, I guess, but TIG welding is, if you do it well, it's going to be better. But again, I know nothing, so I might be explaining it wrong. Drum kit. Might pity the fool. Has anyone in chat done welding before? Where's Sableton? There it is. Oh yeah, we could swing. Yeah. Okay, first up, drums and coke. I almost hesitate to swing it. Oops. We used that welding a couple times. It's very visible what I did. Any welder would cringe looking at my handiwork. It's not smooth, all bumpy and protrusions. Alright, there's our first beat, then finger break. Except now we gotta swing it. Oh, asphalt rate? Yeah, I could drive down to Texas. I'm sure it would take fall rate like 3 minutes to do this one little thing. I had, another possibility that I could get away with just the 4-foot sheet is I could have some other very thin thing on top of the metal, because I don't need it well supported across all 53 inches. The 48 inches is fine, right? If I put weight, I'm putting weight on the middle, not on the edges. And it might be nice to not have a metal desk. I don't know. When it's cold, it might be nice, but I don't know. I'd want something super thin, because the whole point of this, right, is to allow my space for my knees so I can actually sit normal. So I don't know if some sort of acrylic or, something like what I made Tubi's head out of, that could potentially. Or even, well, I don't know, can you get, it could be extremely thin. I'll be trying to find something that's, less than 1/8 of an inch, or ideally like a 1/16 of an inch, probably. Sounds, we've got Song of the Light Bearer. And then bluegrass banjo. Shield harmonics. Oh no, that didn't load. Oh. Yeah, I've been having problems with this synth. I don't know what's going on with it. And I have not figured out how to fix it yet. Will I make more Tubi heads? I have all this material, so I could. I meant to return one of those things and I didn't. Oh well. $10 wasted. And then marbles in a glass bowl. Twiggy. Oh, we have no. Is it not showing up on? Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. These, if you get good at welding, you can make metal wigs. Easy money saver. Send this boat. Whoops. Twiggy, okay. You ever wondered? You probably can't see them much, but so I have these LED lights in front of the keyboard. They're shop lights, but they're way too bright. So I use trash bags to reduce the brightness. These white trash bags. So they're like ND filters, sort of. Much cheaper ND filters. And I have more on one side, the other side, because I don't want even light. I want a little bit of shape. So there's more light on this side than on this side. As you can see, I'll show you the difference. And I just opened it a little bit. You can see how much brighter it would be. I don't know that I'll use this. I don't know that I'll use this in the van. I don't know. I'm going to probably do a different lighting setup. Yeah, I only use these lights during the music. That's it. Because I have no other lighting. And this is not ideal. It's not ideal to be lit from below like that, but it'd be much better to have a softbox right above my head. The problem is that it's very difficult to do that without blocking the projector because the ceiling is low. In the old studio, I think I had a light above my head when we did the music. But everything's gonna be different in the van because it's gonna be such a tiny space. It's gonna be very difficult to control light where it's spilling. And it's gonna it won't take very much light either. Because the empty space in the van is gonna be about less than a sixth of this room, probably. Here we go, time to iterate. Thanks. Thanks for those counts. Okay, let's see. Hey, so what? Okay, let's see. Titles. Soda with banana diffusion. So odd. Fact or E? Buggerscotch, respect your welders. And I'm all the big child, finger break symphony. Oh, Angry Chicken, how you doing? Music we break stream to improv music and finger break stories. Sure. So this is how's the welding going? I didn't do any welding yet. I was talking about maybe doing it, but I did work at a metal shop and I learned how to use a bunch of cutting machines and bending machines and stamping machines. It is a little scary seeing how easily metal gets cut. Soda? Thank you. Thank you so much, Soda. Soda, the huge donation, takes a skull of the day and says, hashtag the Desperate Measures Tour. Yeah, I think that should be the tour name for the next 6 months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Soda. The Desperate Measures Tour. Hello, Gravy. How you doing? Says, would you rather a welding oopsies or a chainsaw oopsies? I don't know. I guess a welding, right? Welding is less bad. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, instinctually, I feel like I could deal better with a burn than with a trying to reattach my arm. But I don't know. Maybe I. Oh, did Soda not get the double? What is that, 290? Oh, did Soda not get the double? Or did I give you too much soda? You know, a trumpet player, I really enjoy his band. I mean, I like his playing too, but I love his band. This guy, Don Ellis, he passed away very young. I mean, he passed away in the 70s, but I think he was only 40 something. But it's really, if you like, it's big band jazz, but it's with definitely influenced by rock and funk and stuff somewhat, and also, you know, non-Western music and lots of weird time signatures. But he has an album called Live at Montreux. It's a really fun album. And he plays instruments like, he plays the superbone, and he plays which is a trombone. If I remember, it's a trombone that also has valves. So you have a valve trombone, which to me is sort of a silly thing because it looks like a trombone, but it can't slide, but has the valves. But then a superbone does both. He plays a bunch of weird instruments. Let's see. Let's break this tie. Oh, did we not get a... And it's Soda. Soda's named it Banana Diffusion. First request a tie, Big Child's first drum loop and first drum fill. Wait, have you not made requests before? Or did you change your username? Oh, it's your second account. Okay. I see. There it loads. is that sound not going to work either? Oh, no, that works. Oh, thank you so much, Characterization of Characters Rosen. Thank you. Thanks for the donation. Thank you, thank you. He says, tell us about how you will bend iron to your will. Does the iron weep in defeat? I did use a machine called the iron, I think it's called an iron worker. Is that what it's called, an iron worker? I wrote it down. Yeah, I used an iron worker. Okay. Drum kit, lemon face. I'm only big child. Oops. It's on this kit, these have to move up. There we go. And then Chillzy. Oops, these have to move up. Got our beats. Spring decay coil. 8-bit payphone. Steve, and then Kiss, Kill, Mary. Gravity Trap. Yeah, a big child, there's goals and there's unlocks, and it's a very confusing system. But if you, basically any donations before we hit the goal of the day goes towards the goal of the day, but you also get your unlock credit. If you make a donation after the goal of the day has been met, then you have both gold hours and unlocked hours. And you can use gold hours to do what Rosen just unlocked, things like that. And the reason for that is that one is real money and one is not real money. So like if we have a goal to get a piece of like a hardware device, right? And it was unlock credit and we do doubles, that means that someone does a $50 donation and it becomes $100 doubled. It doesn't actually become $100 in my pocket though. So that's why there's the two different kinds of credit. And the reason we have to hit the goal of the day first is it doesn't help me to have money to buy something if we don't hit the goal of the day. So that the goal of the day is always the priority. But any system that it takes this long to explain is clearly a bad system. Lastly, we got Righteous Warble Inspiration. Oh, and Rosen has a new sound, JOM. Roses, unlocks are for fun, in-show stuff, goals are things for outside. Not necessarily. Basically, the way to think about it is unlocks cost me nothing, and goals either require money or my time. So an encore is a goal, right? Because it means extending the show. So that's why we need real money for those things. And unlocks, it's our own little economic system. So I could do doubles and it's fine. But it's way too complicated. I would prefer to be in a situation in the long run where we don't have goals at all. We only have unlocks. Or I mean, there's no different. I would prefer not to have a differentiation. That's what I mean. Yeah. But it's a financial necessity. I'm not sure what you mean, so with your suggestion. Because the problem is that goals cannot kick in until the goal of the day has been reached. That's what makes it complicated. But the way I do it is complicated, but it also means that your money, you have twice as much money with the donation, because you can do something fun with the show through an unlock, and then if we've hit the goal of the day, you also get to do a second thing. So your money is worth twice as much once we've hit the goal of the day. And it's always worth twice as much because you got to do something fun with the unlock, and you also keep the show on the air. So it's always doing double duty. Because this would be a lot easier if we had our own currency. Could we call unlocked dollars and gold money zeros? That should make things less complicated. For Europeans, the average American won't know what a euro is, though. What's a euro? Unfortunately, Americans tend to be pretty poorly educated about the rest of the world. Let's see. Not all. I know not all. Let's end this poll. Chillz said we could bring a dank memer here for currency. What did you use before the euro? Was it a Dutch franc? What was your denomination called? I know that the UK never did, right? But is everyone else in the European Union using the euro, or are there a few holdouts that are using their own currency still? It was the Gulden, also known as the Florian. Okay, I recognize Florian. That sounds familiar. Kiss, kill, marry. So I was thinking you just restrict goals until after the day goal. Because although Ireland, for instance, used the euro, this part of UK sort of. I don't know that Ireland's gonna considers itself part of the UK. Or do you mean Northern Ireland? Does Northern Ireland use the euro? He says euro is a mess. He said, yeah, okay. What was it? It was 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was during the Brexit period. And I briefly got into listening to the House of Commons speaker. What was his name? He was so entertaining. I would just listen to House of Commons debating. UK politicians, you know, just are so much more eloquent than American. I mean, and it's not the accent. It's not the accent. It's literally their ability with words is one step up or 2 steps. American politicians just sound like they're dumbing. Yes, thank you, John Burkow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was so entertaining. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Let's see. Oh, we got a soda commission. Oh, so what did I do wrong? What did I just do? Is this a draft? No. It's the real deal. Okay, titles. Hey, Zophaf. Zophaf with Astrobackpacking. Brooms with Meteor Showering. Rose and Rushed Mechanicals. Oh, did that one not go on? Okay, it did. And then one more. Staffy, but that's tomorrow. Okay. Oh, thanks, Rosen. Melodica Flute. So the transits, I don't know if this is true of, I think this is probably true of Pro Masters and Sprinters, but the transits have these cavities in the frame that there's a decent amount of space in these cavities, and you put insulation in there, right? But unless you're doing insanely thick insulation, which I'm not doing, there's still, a couple inches of space in these cavities, but it's more, but times the whole size of the cavity. Everyone just covers them up with panels. But I'm thinking, it's a tiny vehicle. You want to take advantage of every single amount of space you possibly can. So I'm thinking if I put up panels, I'll have them so they can open. And I'll have a little extra storage. I could fit all my clothes in behind the panels. I think I'm going to do that. He said, if we don't return the t-shirts, can we do a sketch where old man Frank wears a shirt? We call him Fold Man Frank. Said, where are we going to fit my drum set? In the panels. Yeah. I actually there. I'm. It's editorial. I actually am trying to plan on being able to bring an electronic drum set someday. I don't know that I'll ever have permanent space for an acoustic kit, but for short stretches, the way I'm doing the build, I'm going to have a tremendous amount of open space relative to most van builds, which if I need it for short term, I could bring the Tine piano, I could have a drum set in there, I could have a family of 5, just, we could stack them up. They could fit. No seatbelts. Okay, let's end. Oops. Let me shout out some other titles. Central says Tommy Lee drum cage of the roof, yeah. Some other titles. I'm Only Big Child with Financial Happiness. Staffy, We Is Bad. Three Musketeers, Shotgun Welding. So What? Basic Income Kappa. Bugger Scotch, Biscuits and Gravity. I'm Only Big Child, World Welding Web. Broom's Plasticine Daydreams. It's that a troll. Foreign is ruled by Prince Humperdinck. Humperdinck, Humperdinck, Humperdinck. Rosen, When You Look My Way Again. I'm Only Big Child became I'm Only a Wig Child. Three Musketeers became I'm Just a Muty Real Girl. He says, who is your favorite drummer? Favorite drummer. I don't think I have a favorite. I mean, there's so many drummers that I like. I don't. Send this Pope. Break this tie. So does his Animals, my spirit drummer. Prometheus is chosen option number 1. Astrobackpacking. Zophaf is named Astrobackpacking. Can you the RCH? And then JOM. I think I've figured out almost everything for phase one of the van build. Almost everything. I think I've decided on my electrical stuff. Figured out the van build. The structure for the most part. I've came up with my computer system. Do I have that? Where is that? Oh, there it is. I'll show. I've pulled it out so you can see it a little better. Originally, I was going to put my rack mount gear as part of the keyboard, and then I realized that it was going to actually be, I was going to have to disconnect more cables. So instead, I'm going to have, it looks a little, actually there's more here than actually is going to be here. I don't think I'm going to have a big monitor. I think it's just going to be too big. That's what this would be. But here would be the enormous Starlink router if I get Starlink. Then this would be my special modem that I can put multiple cell phone modems inside of. Oh, this is the electrical box that I'm gonna build to store all my electrical gear, or to mount all my electrical gear. And the batteries. To start, I'm going to only have these three components, and then ultimately, so this is an inverter charger. This is a sort of a master disconnect switch. This is a bus bar, and then these I'm going to add later. This is would be solar chargers. This is a battery charger. Well, I'll have this. This will be my AC/DC circuit breaker box. But yeah, the only detail I'm not sure about, I think at this point, is how I'm gonna keep the drawers from decapitating me if I break suddenly. I haven't decided how I'm gonna manage decapitation protection. Since when I'm driving, I'll be right here. And all of these things, oh, there's me drawer here too. Where's that drawer? Why is that not showing? Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Considering weight distribution and balance. Yeah, so the batteries are the heaviest thing, and the battery's gonna be right in between the wheel well. So you want a lot of your weight to close to the wheels if possible. There's gonna be almost nothing heavy in this vertical part up here. All the weight's gonna be down in here. Water is gonna be down on the ground. Theoretically, it would be good to have some weight here, but the vast majority of van builds have very little weight here because they tend to have just a cabinet or two that's not going to add up much weight. But yeah, the batteries, that's going to be 200 pounds of batteries, and they'll be right there. Roses, you build a blockade? No, because I want to be able to have shows and to have the window behind me so people can see out the window. So I don't want to have a divider. I mean, there are lots of things that I can do, right? There's lots of options. I'm just trying to decide which option. No one should worry. I'm not gonna. there's going to be something there. I'm just trying to decide what that will be the safest, but also the most inconvenient. Big Child says, how about latches and bolts? So the question is where to put them, right, in the safest way possible. From a purely safety point of view, the safest thing I could do is to literally put a bar between the drawers and the frame. Right? There's no chance that the drawers would go through a solid bar. But that's not very convenient. So I'm trying to find something in between that and... because I don't know if the kind of latches that people usually use in their vans, I don't think it'd be sufficient. So I'd need something very heavy duty. Yeah. But Big Child, I'll probably end up with some sort of latches or bolts. I mean, another possibility is basically a T-bolt, so it's just a steel pin that I would just, there'd be a hole right in here, and I would just put the pin through it, and so it would block that's probably the easiest thing, because it's really fast to pull the pin out or put it back in. And that would be probably the most safest thing. Santa Rosa's guitars as anti-decapitation devices. It's worked before. Yeah, all the instruments will be right here. But yeah, so I'm probably going to end up doing those pins. That was something my friend had suggested. My hesitation is that part of me wonders if I should get something even stronger that's going to go all the way. But I don't know how. That might be more than enough. The pins might be, steel pins. The pins won't break, right? The question is, would the drawers literally break around the pins? And the pin would be solid, but the drawer would just smash right through the pin, and the drawers would split in half, and they would still be projectiles. I don't know. Big Child says retractable belts. Yeah, you mean straps? Does that mean some sort of straps? That's actually, I thought about straps for other things, but now that I think could be a really good option, especially here. There could be a strap that and I attach it in the middle. That could really work, yeah. I think there might need to be some additional stuff, but if I have the pins and the straps, that probably would be plenty, But yeah, that's a great, straps. Because I want something that's fast. I want to be able to, certain things I think this drawer is where I'm going to have filmmaking, like all the stuff for Tommy Pneumatic in. So this one I want to be able to access really quick. So, if I'm driving down the road and I see something crazy, some amazing scene, and I got to go real fast, I can just pull over. I don't have to waste time trying to open stuff. So, yeah, so some sort of seatbelt style strap could be a great option. Yeah, that's a great idea. I was gonna put a strap in the batteries. I hadn't thought about it anywhere else. He says, can't you build it so it all falls apart when you impact something? That would take away a lot of the momentum. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't gonna have anything real heavy up there, but I'm remembering it. I'm not going to fit the microwave down here like I originally thought, so the microwave will probably be right there. So that's, it's 20 pounds probably. But in here is going to be pretty light. The instruments don't weigh that much. And then the frame is not going to go anywhere. The frame is going to be so solid. I mean, if the frame goes somewhere, I'm already dead. It won't matter. I mean, the level of impact that would have to move that frame when it's bolted to the van with, yeah. So I'm just worried about the drawers. But yeah, a bunch of straps, that's a great idea. Zophaf says straps are painted with multiple drawers because they always fall into the drawer when you're closing them. I was thinking I'd have one strap for all three, you know? So I think what I'm sort of imagining, I mean, I haven't thought about it for very long, is basically the strap there would be a seatbelt type connection right here. And the strap would be up here, so I'd pull it down, strap it in, and then the rest of the time, it would be just sort of secured up here somehow, whenever I'm not driving. And then right here, the straps could go, we could have multiple straps going sideways. And then, I mean, I think I would probably do the T rings, or what are they called? I don't know, what's it called? T pins or something? T pins. And then maybe do a straps that covers this and this, so there's sort of 3 straps here. He uses those transfer to watch just using those tension belts. It's a really good strong medium from Lumbered and Nukes. Yeah, that's true. So it's just, yeah, I'll just need to find, yeah, I think that the straps could solve all these problems. It's a great idea. Okay. Oh, it's SETLIST. Soda used her, she doesn't have any gold hours. She unlocked the goal of the day. But yeah, any additional donations could go towards an encore. Roses, do you have any ideas for storage people who join you? I don't think people will join me that frequently, because it's not going to really be, it's not really a 2-person design, but I have some friends that will probably, I hope I'll be able to do some traveling with. And like I said, for short periods, there's tons of space here. But I mean, I don't know, can someone sleep, if someone's 6 foot, would they be able to sleep diagonally? It might be hard for someone to sleep. Well, if I extend this, I could have something. But I'm sure I'm going to have all of this filled with my stuff. So, yeah. It's not going to be a... It said it was so I know how your crazy system works. But this space is, if I recall, it's about, is it 4.5 feet by just, well, here to here is just under 6 feet. Or it's like 68 inches or something. So he says 4 2,000 kilogram tension belts of 6 meters, around $30. You could secure an elephant with that. Yeah. I mean, the force, if you hit something right, it's going to be significant. But I don't know. Does anyone know physics? Can anyone figure that out? If you have a drawer that is, let's say there's 50 pounds in the drawer, 50 pounds, and you're driving 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, and you head-on collision. What is the force of that 50-pound drawer? Right? What's going to stop it from how much tension from our straps do we need? I love the straps idea. Yeah, I think I can let go of thinking about this. I'm gonna use the pins and the straps, and between those, I will be very as safe as I can be, probably. The only thing safer would be have no drawers facing my head. That would be the best option, but. Meaty says if it doesn't move and create mass for momentum, it should stay in place. Right, because I guess the strap is preventing it from really. I really did not pay attention in physics class. Rose says, do some tests. You want me to drive into a brick wall have Tubi drive the van into a brick wall at 70 miles an hour and see what happens? Yeah, Stabby Ray's Tubi can be the cross of Stuffy. Yeah, I don't know that I can afford the tests, Rosen. That would be a very expensive test. Hey to Dr. Phil. How are you? Doug says, I think I'd be more worried about what's coming through the windshield, right? I'm in trouble in both directions. My head is going to be the inside of I can't, I'll say it, I started saying it, the inside of a sandwich, with a metal bread. Okay, drum kit. You see in so many van life videos, they'll show the aftermath of I actually saw, but just general driving, bumpy roads, and they forget to secure their drawers, and then they show that like their van looks like someone came in and trashed it, and it was just that they forgot to latch their drawers and everything fell out, But I saw something in a blog today that I should not have seen. It was this poor woman she was fine, fortunately, but she had built her whole van. She was 3 weeks on the road, right? She'd only been in the van for 3 weeks, and she was in Texas, and there was a hurricane, and she made it inside, but there was a photo of her van. Her van had been thrown through the air and was on its side, and it was totaled. Her van built all. It looked like she had a GoFundMe that it didn't raise enough money, but it raised. I can't imagine it was enough money, knowing how much this stuff costs. But hopefully she's back in a groove now. Oh, thank you, Soda. Soda says, Encore, make it happen. Thank you. Thank you, Soda. Oh, except Soda has to unlock it. Oh, I'll get it. They didn't put your name right. Well, do I have gold hours? I don't have any gold dollars. Okay, I have to go into the tubies. Use a meta. What am I looking for? Gold dollars? No. Gold. No. I spelled goal wrong, that's why. These if only it was easy in your IRL, yeah. Okay, let's generate these beats for Soda's commission. Hey Drew. Druniak, how are you? Okay, first beat. Oh, did I inadvertently? I added that. Wait, where am I hearing that sound? Oh, it's the ride. Okay, this is our first beat. And then okay, got our beats. Let's do our sounds. We've got and then ethereal moving feelings. And then liquid enigma. And then what's the next one? Oops, oh geez. And then we've got Toots on High. And then lastly we got Kyle Says Hi. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. I'm trying to think of any little things that y'all could solve, like the strap issue. It could look sort of cool visually too, you know? Hey, the Wicked Future, how are you? Yeah, it's been a long time. What's happening? Good to see you. good to see you. All the straps will look like this enormous pile of luggage, you know. Which if I get different color, so that the framing is going to be exposed. The aluminum is silver, aluminum color, whatever that is. Wicked Future's living the dream. That's good. Wicked Future, we're talking about. I bought a van, and I'm gonna be moving myself and this show into a van and traveling around. Hopefully, starting in September. Because I think those holes in the wall panels of transit are meant for straps as well. Look into that. Well, I actually took, just today, I took out all these tie downs on the around the perimeter of the floor, or six or eight of them. These super heavy duty bolts that had triangular rings for straps. I needed to take them out because they're going to be the way the triangle part was going to get in the way of the floor. However, I'm going to use those bolts to keep the floor in place, because I don't want to drill the floor into the metal of the van. You want to drill as few holes as humanly possible through the metal. So instead, I'm going to use those bolts to have to basically brace downwards to keep the floors in place. But yeah, there's a lot of places that you're right that could be just with the walls that could be strapped, for sure. Because it's very strong, that metal. Wiki says it's super hot in the UK and insomnia's in full effect. Oh yeah. So no AC. You got no AC, right? I think I read was it 80 to 90% of the UK doesn't have AC. It's only in sort of the expensive places in London and stuff. It's just not. Because I remember when I lived in New Zealand, which tends to be pretty warm relatively, but gets cold, and they didn't have heat, right? They had AC, but they didn't have heat, if I recall, or maybe they didn't have AC either. But when I lived in Oakland, we did not have AC. We had heat, but no AC. Oh yeah, and Muty says congrats on the 40 Celsius. Yeah, I saw that y'all hit the all-time record. You broke the record twice in one day. I mean, I sound excited. This is not a good thing. It's not a good thing that you broke the record. Troll says I didn't have AC or heat in Honolulu. It wasn't a problem. Yeah, it's about it was 100 degrees today, over 100 degrees where I am, and I was fine outside, but in the van, because the van has no insulation right now and no ventilation or anything, it's pretty unpleasant in the van. but I think if opening the windows and having a fan, I'll be totally fine. Totally fine. But then I'll have to deal with bugs. Okay, let's end this poll. Liquid Enigma. But yeah, hope Wicked Future and anyone else who's dealing with this heat, I hope you and everyone are safe Stay cool. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse and that this heat wave ends soon. Whoops. Do I have any other van build questions y'all can help me with right now? Let's see. I almost bought a thermometer today so I could show it to people. It was that hot. Is it supposed to get better tomorrow? Cooler? It's going to be rain and thunder, probably massive Zeus proportions from all the pressure areas. Oh, did I not end the poll? What happened? Oh, it worked. Okay. I'm just a material girl wrote. I got a tan line except where I wore my headphones, so my ears are like glowing compared to the rest of my face. And Staffy right, mutant. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those caps. Hey, asciigod. How are you? Oh, hey, Soul Vibes. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed Bandcamp. Thank you. Thank you. It's your first one? Nice. None of the talking, right? Much better without all the talking. Show 11/11, Rosen. What day of the week would that be? Which show would that be? Which show is this? Hey, so on tracks. I don't know what today's show is. What does it say? So 11:05 or 11:06. Let's see, titles. Zophaf, freelance physics. asciigod, sunburnt. So what? Painted by the sun. And Soul Vibes, pocket full of sand. Yeah, according to the database, this is the 11:05. So I'd be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'd be the 9th of August. So it says, what's your personal favorite genre? Like, what are you listening to during the day? I don't really have a favorite genre. I've sort of gone through phases of my life. I don't know that I'm in a phase right now, though. But so when I was a teenager, I was mostly listening to jazz rock fusion and funk and soul. And then late teens, early 20s, I was listening to 90s rock in addition to the jazz and all that, and I was listening to classic rock and punk rock. And then started listening to more, I don't know, indie and dream pop. Oh, and I went through I love Afro pop, like Anjui Kijo and Salif Kita. You might find it surprising. I've listened to very little electronic music. Very little. I mean, I enjoy it. It's not something I've really explored that much. So it's the same. I generally like rock, but I've gone from blues to hard rock new metal. But for me, it depends on the mood. Yeah. I started listening to more blues recently too. I didn't like the blues that much for a long time. And then I feel like in the last, 5 years, I've started getting into it a lot more. Let me shout out some other titles. We had Staffy with Titanic Octane. I'm Just a Muterio Girl with Thomas the Tanned Engine. Buggerscotch, Hotter Than Shades. Brooms, Beast of Many Mouths. Rosen, Fractionalized Rationalizations. Zophaf, Peer-Reviewed Skepticism. So What? That was asciigod on Vacation. So What? Enter Tanned Man. Big Child, Tan Solo. Staffy became Tanned by Me by Staffy King, and then shortened just to Staffy King. A Rosen named 2 sounds. Remember Just Once More Again for a Friend. And some call him Rich. He says, did you ever have your music phase and clothing phase match each other? When you listen to EWF, did you have collars that could have caused flight with the right gust of wind? I wish. Yeah, not really. I mean, I lived in Vermont in the 90s, in the mid 90s, and so is, Fish was in Vermont. And a significant portion of my peer group, it was sort of like trust. It was, what's called shabby chic, or what's the other? Something with thrift store. Anyway, so everyone was wearing, corduroy pants, big corduroy pants and flannels and ironic t-shirts. So asciigod says grunge. Yeah, so there was sort of the hippie influence and there was the grunge influence. And I definitely had some flannels. I definitely had corduroys. I definitely had my share of... Well, I didn't look at them as ironic shirts, but it was just sort of wearing things that... You'd be wearing shirts you get from, thrift store. that were from 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I wore that once. That's right, Staffy. The Cheerful Cherry Farm. Yeah. Or I had a shirt that was a Wall Street Charity Drive. And I had I had another shirt that was some random trucking company. That was a great time to be young, because if you didn't have any money and I had no money, it was a lot, it was pretty easy to keep up with the Joneses. There were a lot of super wealthy kids at the school I went to, but they all dressed down, so it made it easy. Whoops. Still, I'm sort of at the mercy of the sounds we get, but we'll see what we get. Oh, I've worn that shirt on stream, yeah. I was less careful at the beginning of the show than I am now. Now I'm pretty solidly in the solid color t-shirts the rest of my life phase. I mean, between shows I often wear shirts that have stuff on it, but y'all don't see that anymore. Okay, let's end this. Let's end this bow. And it is Sunburnt. asciigod. Thank you, asciigod. That was Sunburnt. Thank you, Soda, for the commission. He says you should do a skit on Penguin where you blame our imagination. But with your shirts, I'm wearing a black Iron Maiden shirt for your poor imagination. CCL. Yeah. I had a sketch I wrote for. It was not really a sketch. It was. I wrote it back when I was gonna do it, a year ago when I was brainstorming TikTok ideas. And it was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically, it was about, it was a similar idea, but it was basically, Penguin was saying, I've been wearing the same outfit for the last 50 times or something, and I'm wearing it today also, but it was obviously I'm not wearing what Penguin is saying I'm wearing. Anyway, yeah, I had a similar idea. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see, what was it? Was it polka dot? What did I write? Oh, I had two different versions. I mean, I never used it. Let's see. So, okay, so for this to make sense, Suddenly Penguin always wears plaid and always wears a straw hat, okay? Always. Always. Well, no, that's not true. There's been a few times. Suddenly Penguin wore a flight suit once, but still had the hat on. So, yeah, it was... I've been attacked mercilessly in the comments for wearing polka-dotted shirts in every single video I've made so far. I hear your feedback, so today, just for you, I'm wearing a tuxedo. But of course, still wearing flannel. I had a different version. I've been getting compliments. Well, no, excuse me. I've been getting comments complaining that I wear plaid in every single video. Well, today I'm wearing polka dots. I hope you're happy. Doc says, you do a great penguin impression. Thank you. Thank you. I practice hard to get it down. Okay, let's see, milestones. Yeah, we're going to do one more, Steffi. This is our encore. Characterization of characters, Rosen's 100th drum loop and Big Child's 300th song. See, here's the thing is ideas are... Like, I'm always surprised when I see... I mean, I don't understand it. You know, you'll see these lawsuits of this person saying, they stole my movie idea. You know? And I want to be compassionate, you know, but at the same time, I'm thinking of this because I'm looking at this Suddenly Penguin database, and it has almost 100 different things I've written, right? And I've used 4 of them, maybe 5 of them so far, right? And the reason for that is coming up with ideas tends to be way easier than actually taking that idea and doing something with it, you know? It's like the idea of a flying car, right? That's a cool idea, but to actually make it happen is extremely difficult. So I guess what I'm saying is that my favorite thing is coming up with ideas, but it's also really worthwhile to be able to let go of ideas and be okay that an idea doesn't ever happen, or just, it's okay, right? Because you learn so much from generating lots of ideas. And if we get too precious about one idea, we can end up doing nothing and never doing anything, because we get so set, this is the best idea, and any other idea is not worth doing unless I do this one idea. But the problem is often the ideas that seem the best are the most difficult to make happen. And often it's easier to get to the big idea if you start doing smaller ideas and making and sort of building a experience, taking that idea and turning it into reality. Because that's, I guess, what I'm getting at, is that is the difficult part. Taking an abstract idea and bringing it to reality, that is the hard part, not the idea. You know? And so when someone sues over a movie idea, I mean, you know, if it's true, if it was blatantly stolen, okay, but still, the hardest part is not coming up with the idea, it's actually doing something with it. So don't be precious with your own ideas, just come up with lots of ideas and then and just be okay. Life is too short for us to do all of our own ideas. So it doesn't bother me that I have, 88 something, it looks like 88, that's the number, ideas in here, and most of them I will never do, right? I have thousands of ideas for this show that I'll never do. But the process of coming up with ideas is very energizing, and use that energy to, to bring one to life, and then bring another one to life. And if one is too difficult at the moment to bring to life, don't wait and say, I'm going to wait until I'm ready to do that idea. No, pick a different idea and do that other idea. Zophaf says, on that topic, the same idea realized twice would likely result in two separate stories. Exactly. It's, people have asked me, a couple people have asked me, can we do, we want to do improv where people request things. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. Somebody could literally copy my show exactly, right? Where people request sounds, where they turn people's names into drum loops. They could copy the show exactly, and I would be fine with it, because they would make different music than me. Right? I'm totally fine with if someone were to do that. I have no problem with that. Hey, VOV. asciigod says your prolificness influences your opinion. That's true. That's true. I mean, I think, but I think that most people, I think, how should I say this? Very, 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 very few people are going to make really compelling, great work if they only do one thing. Right? Most artists, most musicians are not sort of waking up and the first thing they do is amazing. There are some people like that, right? But very, very few. And most people that, you might love and love their music or love their art, most of those people went through a process to get to that point. They didn't just sort of fall in love with one idea and just sit on that one idea until they could do it. They just started doing stuff, right? And they might have burned all their paintings once they felt like they were finally ready, but they made all those paintings before they made the one that everyone knows them for, So there are, certainly there are people that are just able to write it right out of the gate, but most of us, it's a journey, and falling in love with one idea prevents us from progress. So says, have you heard the story of the rooster painting? No, what is that? There's going to be a rooster in the next episode of Tommy if it ever gets released. If I ever finish it. But tell me, I don't know that. I don't know the rooster. What is that? asciigod says, to be fair, though, a lot of those guys with their ideas stolen did put in the work too on their best idea. And there's certainly egregious situations where things were, just flat out stolen. But a lot of the times in these lawsuits, like certain ideas are just in the zeitgeist. They're just there, and they're just and it's very possible for two people independently of each other to come up with the same thing, right? Now it's a different situation if somebody sends their script to a producer, right? The producer rejects their script and then does an almost identical movie, right? Then then that's one thing. But even in that case, I still feel like active, engaged, working creatives, that's devastating, I understand, but you also need to be able to move forward and not let a single idea, even if it seems like it's the best idea ever, define who you are and limit your path forward, So this is a wealthy man commissions a painting of a rooster by a famous artist. The painter accepts the commission. He then disappears into his studio for a long time. He's gone so long, the wealthy man starts worried, decides to go to his studio to see what's taking so long. When he gets there, he sees stacks and stacks of paintings of roosters of various styles and types. The wealthy man asks, which one is mine? I'm on the edge of my seat. Is it continue? And so as the artist says, oh, the rooster painting. Oh, thanks, asciigod. So it says, then he walks the canvas and paints a masterpiece in a few strokes. Yeah. Yeah. What I like about that, I mean, is not necessarily the point of that, but, or it is sort of the point, right? Is it, well, my reaction to that, my initial reaction is sort of that one idea gets you to the next idea, gets you to the next idea, right? And so the artist began with an idea, right? The artist needed to draw a rooster. But that idea was not singular. That idea was a journey. Idea was a journey. It's like what I've said about titles in the past, how, no one should feel bad if their title doesn't make it onto the board or if chat doesn't vote for it, because a title is just the beginning, right? It's the beginning of a story, it's the beginning of a song, it's the first thing you see, and it's going to inspire things whether you realize it or not. It's going to inspire other people who see your title, it's going to inspire you in some unknown way, and that's the same thing with an idea. Even if an idea never ever gets fulfilled, right, never gets realized, that idea still is going to affect future decisions you make, ideas you have. So we grow so much from constantly challenging, interfacing, interacting with the creative muse, no matter whether those things come to fruition or not. Now, I also think it's really important to not just have ideas, right? If you have only ideas and that's it, you're missing part of the creative process, which is taking an idea and bringing it to life and then letting go of it, right? So that's really important as well. But we can have ideas and let go of them and not be precious about it as a way to just actually do things. Hey, Rose Gold Chai says it's exploration of ideas and iteration. I'm just a meteorial girl says that's why I title with my worst ideas as well. I know, well, could be crap for me, could be a great fertilizer for someone else's creation. And for yourself, right? In the same way, you put that out there, and then you see it, and it could inspire you further, and it becomes this, back and forth, and it's, I think it's very obvious in titles how people inspire each other, right? How someone will start playing around with an idea, and other people will play around with that idea, and it becomes this feedback. But that can happen in our own brains when we're brainstorming or being creative or coming up with ideas. It is so useful, the process of just letting your mind wander, and that's why I'll shout out ideas on the show that are often half baked, and but I won't, and then you'll never hear about them again, because it's still useful for me to say it out loud, even if I never ever think about it again in my life. I've still added, I might not think about that specific idea, but having verbalized it, now it's more reinforced in the abstract in my brain and might inspire other ideas. Okay, let's see. Beats. Drum kit. Box of J's. Oh, let's get our drum kit loaded. Whoops. Point to folder. Okay, first beat. Whoops. Rosen. I'm going to keep that right how it is. And then soda. Okay, got our beats. Check out our sounds. First up. Deep Little Fella. And then Storybook Sleuthin'. Voracious Greed for You. Steve 2, Steve Harder. And then Memories of Halo. And then Zombie King Just Wears Hats. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, and Hug Queen's here. Rose says, I feel like sometimes it's planting seeds, but what you grow is completely different plant in the end. Yeah. Okay, let's end this Poe. To tie. Let's break this tie. So the way to find if a drum loop is raw, if go back to the original show video. That's the only way to know. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go, time to accelerate.
Feel like every single thought is a footstep right in the quicksand. Whenever I think I'm getting closer, I realize I just don't understand. They say when your thoughts got you stuck, just breathe, just breathe. And sometimes catch your breath, your respiration don't work quite right. The thoughts keep swimming right around. Fishbowl in your brain, quicksand at your feet. Those thoughts collide when they meet.
Thanks for those calps. Okay, let's do our titles. Hug Queen with reservations. Broom's Attack of the Ghost Man. Rosen with Grounded Kites. And StaphyGames Crushing Daffodils. Well, I use a few titles as lyric inspiration. Muty, You Are Not a Thought. And then I saw Staffy's Thinking in Quicksand, and that's how that short little lyric came about. Thanks, Rosen. He says, thanks for using that title. I actually did that as a quote. Oh, okay. You saved us both. That's funny. What luck. Yeah, because I wasn't looking at chat at all. I just saw the titles. We shouted some other titles. Soul Vibe, Zeus and His Dog. StaphyGames, Dilemma 911. Buggerscotch, Machete Artwork. asciigod, Jimmy Hexagon. Big Child, Tanned Love. Soda with pushback. I'm just a material girl with idea, udea, weedia. Zophaf, lumberjack shack. Rose and crushed heart, but a free soul. No, Rosen, I don't think I did. Did I? No, I didn't. No. I have to figure out how to. I just have to figure out how to film this one Old Man Frank thing with Tubi. Maybe I should have them both inside of a trunk. I wonder if I could find a trunk that's big enough. Oh no, but because I had... Yeah, it's all complicated. Oh yeah, I need I need space to move around in. Anyway. No green screen for this, yeah. It wouldn't work. I don't have the ability to shoot full body green screen anyway. It would have to be full body. I need an enormous green screen to do full body. Eventually, in the van, I hope to have to be able to do green screen outside. And then we could have one big enough for full body. But there's no way I can do full body green screen in here. I mean, I don't even have a big enough green screen. I don't think. Yeah, it's extremely difficult for me to switch gears right now. I'm sort of 99% of my brain capacity is dealing with the van. Because I really need to be able to hit the road September. I got my I finally got my policy for my insurance, and I was looking through it. I nearly had a heart attack. It was just the worst. It was just because I wasn't, so I have two different insurances. I have my van insurance and I have liability insurance, and liability/property insurance. It covers the gear and everything, right? And I just got new policies for both. And I'm looking at the policy for the liability and property insurance, right? And I think my mind was elsewhere, so I wasn't really looking at it that carefully. And I saw this thing that said, it was like, you've paid, it's quarterly payments, and you've paid your first payment of $2,000. It was like $2,150, some number like that. And I saw it, and I thought, wait, did I agree? Did I think that I paid in full, but the quote they gave me was quarterly? Because I did this brief moment of panicking, like, how could I make a $7,500 mistake? I thought it was a $2,000 a year policy, but it was a $10,000 a year policy, or $8,000 or whatever. And but it was just a demo. it's just an explanation of a theoretical bill. So I figured it out within about 5 seconds, but there was that moment, because what was confusing is because I paid the car insurance in full, and the car insurance was $2,100 for the year. I had to pay it all up front. And the number was almost exactly the same as the number in the other insurance for the, but it was fine. It was fine. But I had to get commercial car insurance, and I guess you have to pay it all full. I did not expect to have to pay $2,100 up front for car insurance. Does anyone else have to deal with that? Because, personal policies you pay sort of bi-monthly or monthly, right? So I did not have it budgeted to pay, to have to pay $2,100 up front. But still, that's better than $10,000 or... Because I hate those moments because in my last 5 seconds reality, but my mind, those moments are like Lord of the Ring marathon. Yeah. I could not believe it. I thought, and well, I'll be honest, it was more than 5 seconds because I went back to the original email with the broker. I thought, did I misread this? Or the original quote? It's like, did I misread that it was an annual? It was quarterly. I thought I was paying in full, but it was actually quarterly payments that I paid. So it was more than 5 seconds. It was 30 seconds, I think. And then I found that email, and it was definitely an annual quote. So yeah. Big shout out, they maybe noticed your wig credit card was already exhausted. Want to make sure they get that money. Yeah. You're not supposed to apply for multiple cards at the same time. It'll hurt your credit, but I did 2 at the same time. So I can buy a lot of wigs now. I was considering applying for 3 credit cards at the same time, but I was like, I don't know if I want to push my luck. But the reason I was applying for these cards is I figured, I'm gonna have to be spending. I have other cards, right? I have other cards I could use, but I'm gonna be spending thousands and thousands of dollars over the coming months, and none of my cards had as good cash rewards as some of these newer cards, and they give you cash if you spend $1,000 in a month or something, they give you. So I was like, well, I'm gonna make $400 from these incentives. $400 is a decent amount of money, for me right now especially. It is a ton of money. $400 is a ton of money, so made sense to apply for it. But yeah, if I had applied for 3 cards, I could eventually made $600. But I could have, pushed my luck with the credit card companies. Rose says 2, that's not too bad, but still bad. You probably have 3+ now. I have a ton of credit cards. I have a lot of credit cards, yeah. I probably have at least 10 credit cards. Yeah. Roses, will you try to close any? Well, the reason I keep the cards, Rosen, is that it's actually better for your credit to have more cards. If you're not full on them, right? That's bad. If you have a lot of cards and everyone's full, that's very bad. But one of the things that credit card companies do is they say, how much of the available credit this person has are they using, right? In other words, let's say you have $20,000 worth of credit, okay? And you have two cards, right? And each card is $10,000 you can put on it. But one card is nothing and the other card is $10,000. Now, if you close the one card that is nothing, you're now using 50%. You're using 100% of your credit, right? But if you have two cards, you're only using 50% of your credit. So what the credit card company sees is, well, if things get bad for this person, they still have some additional credit. So that's why I don't close cards. But it means I have a lot to keep track of, because even if I'm not using a card, I need to make sure absolutely I'm not, because if you miss a payment, it can mess up everything. So you got to be real. I don't recommend anybody do what I do with credit cards. But this is not a how-to. This is a thank you, Muty. That's what I'm hoping as well. That's what I'm hoping as well. Yeah. Okay, let's end this poll. Well, Rosie, do I have any credit cards? Well, this is one thing I will actually say, I will recommend is, I mean, if somebody has a problem in terms of spending and they tend to spend more than they make and they tend to get into a lot of debt and get in trouble with interest rates, right? That's one thing. And it may be best for someone not to have any credit cards in that situation. But if you're not in that situation, it is very good to have one credit card at least, because you're building up credit history. And that's going to affect your credit score. So if down the road someday you want to buy a car, you want to buy a house, you're going to have no credit history. And the easiest way to start building credit history is to have a credit card. You know, even if it's only even if you only have a $50 credit limit or a $10, whatever, I don't know the lowest credit limit you can get. It's actually beneficial to start building that history. And yeah, Staffy's named it Crushing Daffodils. Because especially if you're seeing you change, you have an untapped market. Don't think anyone does busking that much on Twitch, do they? I don't think I ever saw one on Twitch. I've seen people busk, yeah. But the busking that I've seen, the stream feels like an afterthought, right? I'm sure there's someone different that's doing it, but it always feels like they're doing a live show and they just set up a camera. So there's not my sense when I've seen people do that is it feels like it's just not that exciting, because it just feels like it's not the purpose. Whereas what I'm going to be doing is I'll be changing locations, but you're my focus, right? Not some audience over there, but y'all are my focus. So I'm hoping, that's what I'm hoping, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's far too easy to get credit, you know. So I'm sure you could get a credit card, Rosen. And if you get a low limit, you can always, if it makes you nervous, you can always tell a credit card company, give me a less of a limit. You know, I only want $50 limit or something. But it is, in the long run, it is helpful to have a credit history in case you want a loan. But yeah, Muty, I'm optimistic. I mean, that's why I think so much. Well, I mean, it's not just sight. It's, you know, I have to get on the road ASAP for financial reasons. But I also am most optimistic that I can figure out the financial issues once I'm on the road. So I'm feeling both those incentives to just make this happen as fast as I can. Although probably from most of y'all's view, it seems like I'm moving slowly at this point, that not much has happened in the last, I mean, I've had the van for 6 weeks, I think. Probably seems like not much has happened, but I've been doing a ton of sort of learning and figuring everything out so that once I get started, it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen very fast. But I'm always wrong. So about time. Always wrong about time. He says, I'd be very worried if you bought a van and said you were done in a week. Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day. But yeah, I estimate the floors at most, once I start working on it, it's going to take, let's say, worst case, 3 days. Right? That's worst case. It's just not that hard to cut things, right? And I can work. Well, it's super hot out, but I can definitely do at least 8 to 12 hours a day of work, you know. So that's, I think, at most 3 days. And then I'm finally feeling confident, I think, about the electrical. I still don't think it's not the ideal what I'm doing, but it's going to be what I'm going to do. And I understand what all the components are. I'm not intimidated by the process of putting stuff together. So that's good. So I don't think the electrical will take more than 3 or 4 days of, worst case, I think it'll take 40 hours of work, worst case. Because I've done so much work just learning and researching everything. And putting up the insulation, I think, will only take a day, 2 days at most. The building the structure will take longer, but I'm only building half the structure to start, just enough to do the show. I'm not going to build the bed or anything right away. And then let's say worst case, that takes, 60 hours. And then there's it'll probably take me 40 hours of work to get things so that I can actually do the show in the van in terms of just tech stuff. So that's all realistic still in a 6-week time period. Rose, is the van going to have plumbing? Definitely not to start, and maybe never. Yeah, maybe never. I have some ideas, but I know that I can get by without plumbing. So it's a very low priority. Yeah, very low priority. Because the way I eat is so simple that I'm not going to have to be washing and cleaning tons of dishes. A spray bottle is a really great way to get water, a very little amount of water, to be effective, If you need to wash your face, it's so much easier with a spray bottle than you're going to waste so much water if you have a sink. Yeah, so no plumbing to start. But yeah, as soon as I get these cards, I'm going to order the aluminum for the lower part of the structure. It's going to take 2 weeks though for it to get here. I'm also going to order a lot of the electrical stuff. That should get here sooner, so I'll start on that probably before I start on the structure. I'm gonna build a chair. I wasn't gonna originally. It was only in the last couple weeks that I sort of realized, or last that I was gonna even have a chair. I thought I was just gonna work on the ground for the most part. But what I'm gonna do is Russ is curious about passage if they need water. Well, I think anyone who's going to travel with me is going to just sort of is going to know up front what the limitations are. It's going to be, it's slightly going to be slightly more amenities than camping in a tent, but a lot fewer amenities than being in a RV, But I'm going to take the top part of this off, so I'm going to keep using this. It's too tall, so I'm going to build I think I'm going to use the aluminum. I'm going to build a structure so I can have storage underneath it, so it's not wasted space. If you think about it, chairs, there's so much wasted space in chairs between the legs. Rose, I'm not going to make a soul chair because I'm not going to be working from the ground, so I'm not going to need to. Yeah. Okay. We're live from Bookshelf Shingles, named by Jazzy. We did 5 tracks: Bootleg Baby, Banana Diffusion, Astrobackpacking, Sunburnt, and we ended on Crushing Daffodils. Meaty says chair legs are a waste of space. That's the deepest thing I heard all week. Well, I guess I should have said the negative space that is created by chair legs is a waste of space. The chair legs themselves are a useful use of space. The negative space they create, however. So I'm going to fill up that negative space with storage. Thank you to our superstar mods, Tubi. Thanks to, I was missing there was 2 notes. Why don't, so anyway, there was the Rosen, Big Child, the soda donation. Thank you so much. Stavis, you can put Tubi's head under the chair. Yeah. A head locker. Yeah. 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 Let me ask you this, chat. Which do you think the van is more likely to get broken into or less likely to be broken into if in the passenger seat Tubi's in the passenger seat at all times? Do you think that's going to encourage people to break in or discourage them? Thank you, our resubs and subs. Big Child gifted to Curse at Me. 47 months for Father 5, 19 for Beth, and 8 for Knight. Uses that will encourage. What about this, Muty? What if it's just the torso and legs of something, but no head? Would that encourage someone to? I guess I'd probably get visitation from the police, you know. But if you can't tell if it's just the torso and they're wearing gloves and it's legs and boots, no head, would that encourage? That would deter? Stavis is too little, but maybe I'm like junk to anyone not in the community. Oh no, I don't think anyone's gonna want to steal Tubi. No. I'm just wondering if someone sees that, if they think, this is weird. I'm not gonna break in. You know, like what is this? Is a little, but yeah, the headless torso is gonna be that might be a good deterrent. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters. These 17 names you see on screen, either named a current tour name, a venue name, one of our songs have been requested. One of the songs we featured: asciigod, Beth Anywhere, Birdkeeper McKnight, Broom 17, Bugger Scotch, characterization of characters, Rosen, Chilsy, Chuggy, Jibo. I'm only just a muty girl. I'm only a wig child. I'm only a big child. Snazzy, Wazzy, Staffy King, the Bad Bags, Wow Soda, and Zophaf. Stabs, that's what I mean, like weird junk. What could be valuable in the weird junk car? Not that the car is junk, but to be just being a weird thing, yeah. Where's our, no subcredits? Now this happened, there's this weird bug, OBS bug. It's happened 3 times tonight. We'll go 20 shows without it happening, and that happens 3 times. Well, that didn't work. Okay, no subcredits, I guess. He says, you could have Tubi say I will crush you on a loop every 5 minutes. That would scare the pants off me. I've seen, there's all sorts of interesting security things people have set up. You know, lights that turn on when if you get close to the van, or... It's a tough call. I feel like, the more security you have, it's more difficult, but it also implies there's more worthwhile to get to. I wonder about just if you just have music going all the time, does that deter people because they think somebody's inside the van? Or what if you record the sound of people talking? You just record 8 hours of people talking and just play that. Staff says, yeah, I get that. Need to balance security with seeming like you have money to spend on security. Yeah. Yeah, I think my strategy is going to be, I think that I'll do it. I don't want anyone to steal the whole van, right? So I want to make that difficult if I can. Or at least slow people down, but I don't think you can really. I think it's very difficult to stop people from breaking in if they want to break in, because there's the windows. There's, it's very difficult to stop that. And you can put on the security film, right? I learned about that, which makes it very difficult to break through it. But then, it's in the unlikely event that you were trapped, then you're not able to kick out the windows to get out. So it doesn't seem worth it. So Stabby says, make them take a quiz on going on not credit, or the van will turn on. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like most thieves are in a hurry, because they assume that someone's going to come back, so they're in a rush. So my strategy is going to leave out stuff that I want them to steal. Not that they can see. I don't mean just leave it in the front of the van, but if they get into the van, there's going to be stuff that's like a gift for them to steal right away. That they will think is the most valuable stuff in the van, and they'll grab it. And then if they have time, they'll try to grab things that are visible. But but things will happen. I mean, in my life already, I've been involved in 2 car break. I mean, I didn't break cars that I was involved with were broken into, 2 different cars. I've had a house that was broken into. I've had a bike that was stolen. So, theft is part of life. So that's why it's good to have insurance. And Staffy says, still thinking about the van decal? Absolutely. I'm going to have different ones. Ones for when I'm out in the boonies, and ones for when I'm in a city. Yeah. He says, no wonder your insurance is $2,500. Yeah. Yeah. Both car break-ins involved smashing the windows, So there's just Muty put a kappa, but the thing is, Muty, when I applied for insurance, I had to tell them any claims. And I had that claim from 2017 when the house was broken into. Fortunately, it was not a big claim, right? I think it was around $2,000 or $3,000, right? It's not a big claim in terms of what I was covered for. I mean, it's a lot of money, yes, but in terms of the total coverage I had, it was a small percentage. So, Rose, is there a way to lock items you don't want stolen? Yeah, I mean, the challenge is if the best solution is to hide things in a way that it's almost no chance they'll find it. Because the problem is if you lock something in a way, I don't want them to destroy the van trying to get at something, So I think the best bet is to hide things and give them things that you want them to steal so they don't think that there are others, right? In other words, if you leave a laptop and a camera in a backpack right there, right? They're not going to assume that there's another camera and another laptop. The average thief. Because the average thief is in a rush, right? Because they don't want to get caught. So they think if they get a bag with a laptop and a camera, they've struck gold. Now, unfortunately for them, the laptop and the camera are both broken, but they don't know that. Until they leave. I have ideas. Yeah, I have ideas, Staffy, of what I'm going to do. I probably will not discuss them on camera, but yes, I have ideas that I think will be very difficult for any thief to even figure out as a possibility. Because the things I don't want stolen are the small things. I mean, I would be bummed if thief steals the saxophone, right? But I'm not going to have cases for any of the instruments, so that makes it a little more difficult for them to grab them if there's no case, right? A guitar case, it's the easiest thing to grab, and they know what it's worth. The thief's going to look at that, and they're totally rusted over. All my instruments look poor, and they're not great. None of my instruments are really high quality except for the Tine piano, So the average thief, they're not gonna know even how to, the average thief is gonna know what to do with a laptop and a cell phone and a camera, and they're gonna know they can get a bunch of money. They're not gonna know if grabbing a rusted flute is gonna be worth much. I mean, it's between you and me, it's worth enough to steal, even though it's rusted. But yeah. Roses, can you set up a security camera? Originally, I was going to. I don't think I'm going to have the money to. I mean, that's going to be a very low priority because security cameras don't really. They don't really deter. They just maybe help catch. Because again, the van, if there's a security camera, it's going to make it more. If they can see that there's a security camera, I think it makes it more of a target. Like, I think the best theft prevention is to make it so that people don't think there's anything of value in the vehicle in the first place. But, you know, if the thing is, the reality of life is that if you're the only vehicle there and the thief needs money right now, it doesn't matter. They're going to break into your car if it's a junker. They're going to break into it, right? And, yeah, on the chance. So I have to go into it assuming that at least, especially if I do this for 5 years or longer, that I'm going to get broken into at least once. Hey, Watcher Lurks. Big Child says, you could have etched or engraved your name. Some people do that so stuff is less easy to sell. Yeah, but I don't know that a thief is going to, you know, I think if a thief knows the laptop is worth $2,000, they're going to steal it, even if it's covered in, you know, because they can sell it to somebody else that isn't legit, right? They could say, well, I'm not going to sell it to a pawn shop, but I'll sell it to my buddy Jimmy, who is not going to report me because he's my dealer or something. I don't know. You know. Muta says, can't we have a backdrop of an empty van inside the van? Leave the doors open. That's a great idea. That's an awesome idea. You know, that would be so funny because the front half of the van is going to be empty, right? You know, so if I just had a backdrop that looked like, you know, but then I have windows in the back too, so it'd have to be both directions. But if that would be, I mean, that would take a very skilled artist to do, or you'd have to have I don't know, it'd be very difficult to do that. I don't know, that's an idea though. Because most thieves are going to break into it at night, probably. Although my house was robbed during broad daylight, so you never know. But at night, you're just going to have a hard time seeing in. It'd probably be hard to pull it off so it looks real. But in principle, that is it. And there's windows both directions. You'd have to set up sort of video monitors with cameras. So from the back, you have a video monitor that is showing a camera from the back. How would you do that? Oh. If there were two thieves, they would just shine the light. They would see that it's not going all the way through, that there's a black hole that's I mean, I really want to make this idea happen. This is a great idea. Oh, thank you, Hug Queen. Thank you so much. Donation from Hug Queen. Thank you. That's not yours. Well, somebody wanted to do it in your honor, Hug Queen. They wanted to do it in your honor then. So that you still have unlock credit. You could do something with your unlock credit. Oh, good night, Staffy. Yeah, have a wonderful whatever comes next. Yeah, it's a work day tomorrow, isn't it? Wednesday. So tomorrow, I might go buy the wood for the floor. It's so much money. It's so expensive. Big Child says maybe you should have a second van as bait. Yeah, that's one of the things is they say about bikes, you know, is park your bike next to a nicer bike, right? Always park your bike next to the nicest bike you can find so that they try to steal the nice bike before they steal your bike. So, or the other way is that park next to a bike that's easier to steal than your bike. So they look at the two and they go, well, this one's so much easier to steal, I'll steal this one. So a nice bike that's easier to steal, that's the ideal thing. So I need to park next to really nice vans that have no security. That's what I need to do. Rose, is there a way to utilize forced perspective box of an empty van? I don't know. Yeah. Or what if the only thing you can see is a cage? A human-sized cage. Big Charles says rent your van to the FBI whenever you don't use it yourself. I think I might get a kill. There's a thing called a kill switch, which is it's basically an emergency. It's a disconnect, so it basically disconnects some part of your engine so that it won't start. So even if you have the key, even if you try to start you can't start the, or you hot wire it. So I might put a kill switch in, maybe. And maybe I'll get, you know, one of those steering wheel locks or a brake lock, which I know the steering wheels, you can just cut right through it, but the goal there is just to slow somebody down. But I think I'll have a divider. I'll just have, you know, black cloth between the seats. And I'm going to have the front of the van be totally empty, I think. Except maybe that headless torso. Totally empty. So there's really no clue as to what, you know. Unless I'll have stuff that matches the decals on the side of the van. So if it's our diaper cleaning service, there'll be stacks of diapers in the front. The idea I have for when I'm out in the middle of nowhere, the best idea I've had so far is something like soil analysis, something really boring, or maybe something about infectious bugs, you know, like tarantulas and spiders. And maybe have some cages with, cages, bunch of metal cages and stuff with literature about insects. I feel like that would be a deterrent, you know? Do you think? Or maybe for some, my luck, I'd find a thief that's an arachnophile. This is awesome. Big Charles says a skunk is a pet, might scare people away. Yeah. Media says most thieves are opportunistic. The more secure you make it, the less they can be bothered. So even if it's visual and a dummy, they will think twice. A friend of mine had a lot of break-ins in his shed, and he placed a dummy camera not even connected, and they stopped coming around. Yeah. Good night, Hot Queen. Okay, let's see. But yeah, I think tomorrow, I mean, if my brain will switch gears, maybe I'll do some Tommy Pneumatic, but I need to buy wood. I need to buy that plywood. I had to call so many places to find a place that had the right kind of plywood that I need. I finally found a place. And then I need to start cleaning the floor, and I'm gonna get Rust-Oleum, and I'm gonna first clean it as well as I can, and then I don't know. I'm trying to decide if it makes sense to put in the insulation in the floor, or if I should wait until I've cut the plywood to just make sure everything's working. If I put the insulation down, it'll make it difficult to take the plywood in and out. That's the problem. So I don't know. These are the really good thieves who get what they want, always get what they want. You can't stop that 1%. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And that's why the idea of giving them something. Well, the best thieves, they're going to steal the whole van. They'll just load it up onto a. They'll load it up onto a. What are they called? What are those? What do they call those vehicles that you call when you're broken down? What's the term for that? I suddenly forgot. Tow truck. But yeah, a flatbed trailer with a car haulers. Thank you. Yeah, so you can't. There's nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. Okay, let's see. Let's raid this DJ Disco Tech, TECH, Melodic Tech Bass House. Hey Kixie, we're just winding down, just ending. It's good to see you. Thanks everyone, thanks for hanging out. Hope to see y'all on Saturday. Okay. Thanks everyone. Take care. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. See you soon.